report. So, Madam Director, whenever you're ready, you may report.
So she can go.
Well, I'm going to give you the legislative update, which is we have no legislation right now. And this is Denise Lawrence, Director.
Okay.
I just met everyone.
But
Can I
Sure.
sit down and see if y'all have any questions for me?
Questions?
Have at it.
That would have been good. I might have gotten out of work for a day or so.
Well, Ms. Lawrence, I guess from our informal introduction last year, I haven't communicated with you, obviously, but Tim has by email and what have you. But when these things were presented to the legislature, the bills, and they were taking their votes on them and what have you, and I was asked to make a comment or two, and you came in, and I had no idea who you were or what have you. What is your role in that type of situation?
It's hard.
And what do I do and what do you do, or whoever is attending that from the board standpoint?
As far as I'm concerned, I represent the department as a whole. So legislators, if they have a question about a bill and it's on the Land Surveyors Board and it makes some changes, they're gonna say, does the department have a comment? And then I will get up and either defer to someone that if I have Donna or maybe Tony Glandorf there, someone who is more expert, who has more day-to-day dealings. But absolutely, they always also want to hear from the board. That's what you guys do. You do this all the time. I am representing one aspect of a very large department. We review all the legislation. When bills are introduced, each day I get a list of the daily bills and I go through them and look at them for subject matter to determine if it affects any portion of our department. And then I will assign those bills. We have an internal bill tracking process. I'm so sorry. And I'll assign those bills to the appropriate board for them to do some analysis. And they have to dumb it down for me, so I understand. But because, this is a very specific profession. There's a lot of terminology. But I am in no way there to represent or contradict the board. I'm there to say this is what the department provides administrative support staff for the board, and there may be times that the department as a whole will defer on a bill, and you guys might say, oh, no, absolutely no way. They need to hear that. They need to hear that information. You also, I know, have a professional organization, TAPS, and they likely will ask to hear from them as well. So you don't ever have to agree with me at all. You can say, no, that's not right. She's wrong. She's trying to wear too many hats because it's this way, and that is perfectly fine.
I was just curious, and I was a little taken back, and
I understand.
And I thought that, and not ever having met you, now I know what your
Right.
Your location is, and the chain of things. But that kind of took me back last year, and I thought, well,
I understand. I remember that meeting, and I felt horrible because I don't know every board member, and the committees like for board members to be present, and that's why, because they're more subject matter specific, and I'm sort of the 50,000-foot view. I mean, we will say, and the governor's office relies on us to say, there's nothing in this legislation that would cause us to have an issue administratively with this, but this is a policy issue. So if it's a policy issue, the department may defer because it's not up to us to make policy. That is for you guys and the legislature. And that's when, there are gonna be times that you and I may say completely contradictory things, not really contradictory, but I can only speak to the administrative portion of it, or what is currently provided via statute.
Well, I just have a question. Is there a point in time that if you see legislation that, you would communicate, for example, with Donna and say, you know, your board really needs to look at this or whatever, because I just felt like last year in the process that we were not communicated with. It all sort of happened,
Right.
you
And
know.
unfortunately, you should talk to members of the Cosmo Board, and they will really throw me under the bus. I always endeavor to let the boards know and to try to keep up with, okay, make sure, I just had an email exchange last week with Roxana with the Cosmo Board and said, please remind me, I mean, this bill hasn't been filed yet, but a senator sent us a bill and asked us to look at it that was specific to cosmetology. And it still hasn't been filed yet, but I know between the time the board meets and then meets again, it'll be too late. So I want to make sure that I brief them on that. And whenever I see things like that, I try to say to Donna or to Josh, if Josh, poor Josh, I wear him out over contractors. I try to, you know, say we need to make sure, I may not always be here. I do have a counterpart, Mary Beth Gribble. We try to go to as many board meetings as we can. Unfortunately, they're usually right at the same time as committee meetings at the legislature. And not, then we're covered up with, you know, trying to do office work so that we can get there. But the good news is the bill filing deadline is February 12th. So anything that will be introduced by that time. The bad news is there are always plenty of caption bills, and sometimes I don't know till the last minute when an amendment is filed, and we struggle to try to get that information. The committees are absolutely not required to provide us with information. It behooves them to do that, because then we can say, okay, well, no, you can't do this because of this, or to have someone there who can actually speak to it. But I will make 1,000 mistakes, and I'm just gonna apologize in advance because it's just really overwhelming. I will absolutely endeavor to get as much information to Donna and Josh as possible in advance. Josh will, and they'll actually know before I even think about it, because they will have already gotten that assignment and had to look at that bill.
Well, the previous situation, which is obviously water over the bridge because it's already taken care of, just gravitated from some misinformation when it was presented, and then the fact that we sort of weren't contacted per se. But we jumped in. I think we jumped in, and things
And I
ended
remember,
up
I misspoke, and I remember.
potentially as good as possible.
And
potentially.
y'all corrected me, and I'm glad. I mean, I don't take that personally. I mean, it's.
Well,
it's-
from my standpoint, I just want to kind of know, you know, sort of what your role is, and because I understand clearly that as many boards as you have to look over, you have to broad brush a lot of things.
That's true.
You know, I mean, and I don't mean that unfairly, but I mean that's
No,
kind
no,
of
it's
my
absolutely true.
perception.
It would be so much easier if I just had regulatory boards, or, you know, just had fire prevention or post, or, but I don't. So, I try to provide the 50,000 foot view, as I said, but that's why it's always good to have members, and I will try to be better about notifying the boards when I do a weekly calendar for us, when the committee calendar. And I ask people from the board, the various boards, to be in committee as support for me. So I will endeavor to make sure that I say to Donna or whoever, Nicole, you know, please notify Mr. Northcutt, Mr. Lingerfeld, you know, Mr. Kaufman, that this is going on, so that they can be there.
Appreciate that. I personally appreciate you taking your time, because I know you're a lady, to come and meet with us and introduce yourself and kind of give us that picture so we have a much better grasp for who you are and what you do.
Absolutely.
And we appreciate what you do, and hopefully we can all work together.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Look forward to
Very
working with you.
much.
Thanks for coming in. Rest of your report. Yeah, that's just exactly what we were talking about, because we will
So they
be
may have to
breaking
get
at
back to
11, so, Someone here for a purpose, and I'm not sure just what, but let me have, I'll take whomever is first here. Pull up a chair right over here, and sit over here next to Mr. Cleveland will be fine. And that's, good morning.
My name is Sean Keaton, I'm registered land surveyor. Of them is the took effect back in April. Also about how registration numbers are being issued to surveyors. Is that okay? I'm in a good spot?
Yeah.
Okay. Before I get going, I had a couple handouts I was gonna pass out to the board. If that's okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Northcutt? Left my field book, my 48 at home, but I did bring my blue book. I saw y'all had y'all's. Mine's a 2000 edition, updated.
Latest one, and we're looking
Latest
to
one.
get a new one printed. Everybody uses that.
Yeah,
Yeah, the more current rules, we haven't.
so getting back to Bill 1938 that just went into effect last year. First, let me just, my biggest concern and what I'm wanting to address is essentially how, under provision 5, I'm sure you're aware of it. I just had a little background here that, until July of 2003, if you were trying to get your license, applicants were required to, and I'll quote, it says, been actively engaged for 6 or more years in land surveying work. Character satisfaction to the board. You could also substitute also if you had a 4 After July of 2003, the registration requirements were changed to include 4 categories. One was if you had a 4-year degree in land surveying, one if you had a 4-year degree in science, one if you had a degree in a non-surveying, one was no degree, high school graduate, practice land surveying. Was a thing before 2013, the board made a policy statement, I think that's the right term, that basically eliminated the 10-year experience rule. They made come to last year, April 5 category. First 3 basically the same. Fourth category created fifth category established the 5 categories The law also defined how somebody could be certified as a land surveyor intern. I introduced myself. I just, give a little background on myself and kind of know where I'm coming from. I graduated from University of Knoxville in 1994. I've got another little thing. I didn't actually start. Actually, it wasn't here. From here, I actually moved. License in California. Did a little, hope you don't mind. I kind of looked up, I was kind of curious what y'all's backgrounds are, and it's amazing what you can find on the internet now when you go in and look. So I did, Mr. Belt. It says here you were licensed in 1977, and you got a fourth cut, licensed in 19.
Two different, over 30 surveying while I'm in traffic. Something to get out. Did that.
Hoffman, I caught my eye.
Correct, yep.
Kind of funny. It seems like every state they only have one college where you can get a 4-year degree. Tennessee is
There's a couple others.
a couple others. Okay, I knew there were some places. Licensed in Tennessee. Really, of course. So, what I want to really get to on the experience option that's in the bill right now, or in the law right now. Concerned with how it's being interpreted. Look at, so I just in the handout, I've got a copy of the Senate bill. And if you look at the requirements to be a professional, I tried to highlight it there. It's, was it section B? So it lists these requirements. We got A through B. To be certified as a land surveyor intern, an applicant shall, and it's got all these, excuse me, A through F. That you Nowhere in here does it say you have to do these in order. I was understanding. It says in order to be certified as a land surveyor intern, an applicant shall or be of good character, references after passing. Doesn't say they have to be done in that order, correct? Because if you go to the, I've got the copies of the go to it, it specifically says you're filling out this application for the board, you pretty much have to fill out all this stuff. You have to verify that you have the experience or education before you go as well.
I basically think that what I hear you asking is that you're concerned whether there is a disconnect between examination and
Not so much. I guess my first point here is why, if I'm gonna go take the FS exam, let's just say I'm out of high school, and I'm gonna go take the FS exam. Why do I have to submit to you, why would I have to submit to you at this point that I have a 4-year surveying degree, or that I have a college degree with so many extra courses, or that I have 10 years of experience?
Well, I'm a member of the EPS committee with NCAAS, which deals with have jurisdictions that are basically all over the board about how this functions. There are jurisdictions that allow an individual to take the examination, just as you said, immediately following high school, but they are not issued a PSLIT certificate
Correct.
until they obtain the necessary education or experience, and that is that particular jurisdictional board's pleasure as to how they operate in that particular jurisdiction.
Correct. That was my next point. There are certain states, California being one of them, I've actually got their, you can go in and sign, just like you said, it's not until you apply to at that point verify, you've taken the test, you pass it, you've got either the education or the experience, you've got references. I guess my question is why?
There are also states that do not require any application process whatsoever, and
Correct.
you only submit to NCAAS, and NCAAS provides you the seat for the examination, and then your passing of the examination goes back to them. Like I say, again, it's all over the place. There's states that require some documentation, you get to take a test. There's states that require no documentation, you get to take a test.
Right.
But most all of those scenarios, they withhold the PSLIT certification until all criteria is met.
Correct, and I'm not disputing that. I think that would be the correct thing to do. I guess what I'm saying is, why, like you're making towards the end licensing.
Well, I think the historical purview of this board has been that it's a sequential system as far as in a way that you said it earlier. I think our interpretation has been A through F in an orderly fashion, as opposed to E, which is take and pass the test and then get the rest of it.
Well, if you're doing them in order, then F, which is last, is the education or experience.
That's the way that we have normally reviewed applications, is that is the final step in
Right.
the application process to say, yes, this applicant is approved to sit for the examination.
Well, if that's the case, it says right now, if I were to try to apply to the Tennessee board to take the FS exam, I would have to prove that I either have the education or the experience before I could take it. You said if you're looking at these in order, A through F, the education or the experience comes after passing the FS exam.
Well, they are, let me clarify, they are in order but inclusive. In other words, you can't get, the way we interpret it, you can't get to E unless you've satisfied F. You're not even going to get to E unless F and the other items are satisfied, by the way we currently review applications. You make a very good, you make a very good point.
I understand what you're saying.
You make a very good point.
But it's not, that's not in the law. I think that's just the board's interpretation.
Correct.
It doesn't say you have to do these in order or do them in order. So why do you feel that the FS exam has to be done at the end of the process and can't be done fundamental surveying knowledge?
Which, out the door in high school, how much are you gonna have?
varies by,
Well, Sean, I think it's to the applicant's advantage to have that educational background supporting his ability to hopefully pass that exam.
I'm not
I'm not
disagreeing,
saying it's a
yeah.
priority, and I'm not
Yeah.
saying you have to have that ahead of time, but I think it certainly is to the applicant's advantage to have that support behind him. I've got experience, I've got education, I feel I'm ready, I'm gonna make application to go for it. As opposed to, for an example, fresh out of high school, Tim makes a great point. How much experience do you really have coming fresh out of high school, and it's just an example, to take that exam? Isn't that, and I don't mean to belittle the situation, but isn't that kind of a waste of time of the applicants? I'm not saying he shouldn't have the opportunity to do it. And many states are doing that these days. Isn't that right, Tim? Many states
sir.
are testing before, and that certainly is an option, I think, for this board to discuss. And on the NCES level, on the international level, that certainly is becoming certainly a hot topic. It certainly has come up for a lot of discussion with the engineers board. And in kind of a spillover way is starting to become a major topic of surveyors as well. It has its merits. I understand where you're coming from. It has its merits. Not to say that, you know, we're not willing to change or to look at it. I certainly think it is certainly worthy of a valid topic of discussion for this board to discuss. But at the moment, the procedure is, as outlined in this document, that we expect, with anticipation, to give the applicant the best opportunity to pass the exam for them to have all those qualifications that are listed. I think you got a great point. I think it's certainly worthy of a topic of discussion. But as of today, if you're just looking for an answer for today, no, we expect to have that.
Right. I mean, I'm not expecting a drastic move or change
that's our
today. I just want to bring it
interpretation
to light. But, you know, getting back to what you're saying, I think it's really up to each. It would be up to the individual if they feel that they're ready. Let them go
Now,
take it. If nothing else, they're gonna learn the areas they're deficient in, and be better prepared to know what to study and take it again. I mean, several people, they don't pass it the first time anyway, even if they are coming out of.
Well, as Jay said, in NCAAS, the EPE committee, which is the professional engineers side, they have decoupled experience with the PE examination. In other words, an individual can now take virtually in almost all jurisdictions across the United States, take the PE examination prior to their 4 years, I think it is, experience. But again, it's held at the board.
PE or
The PE, no, the actual PE. They can actually take the PE. They take the FE in school, they'll take the PE right after school, and then if they pass it, their license is actually held at the board office until they can prove that they've got the experience. So they've decoupled education and experience. That's what we're talking about here. It's been decoupled. The EPS committee, which is currently, and I'm on this particular committee, is currently looking at the same thing, decoupling education and experience from the PS exam. But we have recommended to the NCAAS Board of Directors not to do that because the PS examination is primarily based totally on experience.
I agree.
So you don't decouple it. Now, here's the other side of the coin. On the FS examination, what a lot of people don't understand is the FS examination is baccalaureate supported. So, in other words, it's designed for someone to have a BS degree to take. It's structured that way. So there's always going to be exceptions to the rule, but for the individual coming directly out of high school to take basically a college, let's call it a college exam, it makes it somewhat more challenging because of all the different parameters that particular examination tests for that individual. So, as Jay said, you know, it's a situation to where I think this board has taken the stance that you need that education and or experience, however it's applicable in the route that you're taking, in order to be able to sit for that FS examination. And hopefully you'll be much more successful.
I understand what you're saying. I get what you're saying. I just think that to me, again, it just comes back to the individual. I mean, granted, yeah, most people coming out of high school are not going to be able to take it, but there would be some. I mean, and maybe it's not even somebody right out of high school. Maybe somebody they worked 2 or 3 years surveying, and they're like, hey, I'd like to go ahead and get this exam out of the way. But according to your rules, they'd have to wait till their 10 years are complete.
And as Jay said very eloquently, you bring a good point for discussion, and I'm sure we'll discuss it. Absolutely. And we appreciate that very much.
Let's see. So you kind of mentioned there's some other states, I kind of got on, I was kind of curious, you know, I looked like Kentucky, Arkansas, Virginia, Alabama, Missouri, all of those, you could just go in and take it. And of course, there's some others like Tennessee. But well, the other side of this, then, if you, this handout where I've got the Senate bill, the law in front of you, turn over here, then if you're trying to get your actual license, your registration, on page 3. So if you're gonna make them wait till the 10 years to take the FS exam, then under this provision for experience, the one that applies after June 30th of 2017, it says you gotta have an additional 6 years of progressive experience after. Basically, you're saying somebody that does not have a college degree trying to get licensed just with the experience would have to have 16 years. That's progressive.
Full college education, that's correct. Now, you read that correct, yes.
Correct, and I think if you'll check North Carolina statute, I think you'll find very similar language. And if you'll check around in a few other states, I think you'll find language that may not total to that total number of years.
I know a
but
lot of
I think you'll
states-
see the same scenario.
I know a lot of states are going to that where they would like to see surveying require you to have a college degree to be a surveyor. I guess maybe I'm still old school where I think that surveying's a trade that you can learn by experience.
Okay, now, you hit the nerve, and I've got to give you my soapbox. I've got to roll it out. It's time, okay? All right. Surveyors are professionals.
Yes.
We stand equal ground with that gentleman right there that's an attorney. This is my personal opinion. I'm talking Tim Lingerfeld right now.
I agree.
And there's plenty of other surveyors in this room, but I consider myself a professional. I have the education, I have the experience, I have the licensure to be that profession. It is not my opinion that current individuals that have become licensed, have tenure and experience, that may not have the education, I think they're professionals also. But I don't think that in the future that we create a professional environment if we don't have very strict, rigid standards for licensure to get there, to create the same type of professional environment. Okay? I'll give you a great example. Our licensing law, under the definition of land surveying, says that land surveyors are allowed to do drainage. We have an Attorney General opinion in 2004 in this state that says we are not, even though it specifically says in our law. And we test on drainage. We continue to test on drainage. We have more drainage problems in our examination process than the engineers have for drainage. So we are not able to challenge that in our state effective again when this law went into effect, because we are not looked at as professionals because we don't have an appropriate level of education to be considered by others as a professional, even though that we are. So as far as this law goes, I have a great offense against this law. I think in some ways that's what you're probably saying, because it's my goal in my career and tenure on this board and whatever is to see every individual in this state that is a licensed surveyor to be seen and viewed as a professional in the same light as this young man is right here as an attorney. When somebody says a surveyor, they think of surveyors as a professional, as a doctor, as a lawyer, as a nurse, as an engineer. We're on that same level playing field. And until we get there, you know, I'm still continuing to fight the battle. And part of what we do in our regulation and everything that we do up here is we make sure that the registrants that are out there are going by the rules, playing by the rules, just as you set through our legal report earlier today. That's part of what we do. And part of that process is helping every registrant to take the moniker and lead and be the professional that we truly are as a land surveyor. And I'm sorry, but that's my soapbox, and I'm sticking to it because that's the way I feel. And I appreciate your dialogue, but please, don't utilize the word trade, apprentice, or anything short of professional when you talk about either yourself or any other land surveyor in the state of Tennessee, because all that does is it continues the perpetuation of the public's perception that we are less than what we truly are. I'm gonna shut up.
Appreciate your comment. Little surveyors on equal. Session. Don't have to have a 4-year degree to learn it. I learned from two guys didn't have a degree. Place when they were getting. I guess that's where I'm coming. Option. Obviously there is. I just feel. Yes. Obviously, being allowed to get licensed, that's going to affect the type of surveyors that we. So, I did want to touch on the continuing education requirements. I know you just passed this amendment and all this to it. This is probably going to go against the feelings of the board. Again, I guess, you got to kind of understand, I learned surveying in California, not that it's different, but they have few different rules and regs, and one of the things, they have no continuing education requirement there. So I moved here, that was kind of a new thing for me. I think the first year I went and took a seminar, got nothing out of it. Since then, I've been doing some online courses where you kind of pick and choose what you want, and I have to say it has helped me. So I think there is a place for continuing education. I do feel that for a surveyor to remain competitive in his business and what he's doing, on the thing that you've got competitive nature. Of competence. Personally would like to see I would like to keep the continuing education, but just reduce the amount that we have. Last thing I want to talk about is registration numbers. Right now, when somebody comes in and applies to start the registration process, they're issued a number. And it's the same number that if you make it all the way through and get registered, get licensed, it's the same number. To me, it seems like you're wasting numbers because I don't know what the percentage is, but you obviously have people who apply and don't make it. So that number you've just issued them is gone. And I think down the road you're going to wish that we had, I don't know how fast it's going to grow here, but at some point we're going to hit, start issuing out in the 10,000s and stuff. Or what are we at now? I would suggest, and this is this is based on California, I would suggest that you have a separate numbering system for applicants until they get their license. So you had to create a different numbering system for them, whatever. And so that's the reference number they would have. If they got their, land surveyor and training, that's the number they would have. And then once they pass everything and get their actual license survey.
Keep those in sequence.
Up a different number.
Practical. I can't really. Why the.
Again, I look at you're using up these numbers, and again, I'm kind of comparing it to California. Granted, there's a lot more people out there, but if they didn't have two separate numbering systems, like out there, for example, my license 8275. If they didn't have a separate numbering system, I don't know what my number would have been. It'd probably been 20,000 or something.
Even if your number.
I guess it's not
doesn't
it's just
affect
not
you.
just a number, but just having when you see a number, it's specifically for somebody who's licensed, and it's not somebody who.
We've had that discussion here just amongst ourselves about the whole numbering process. You're not the only one thinking that, and I agree with what you're saying. But I think it's more of an administrative benefit to have one number assigned to one person. That way you can track that person's progression all the way through the licensure progress, whether it's short or whether it's lengthy. I just kind of have to say to myself, I just have to remember it's just a number.
Sure.
It's just a number, whether it's 100, 1,000, or 10,000. It's just a number. And it really, doesn't put any limitations of any kind. Rather, it just helps administratively to track somebody's progress through the system. So while I feel your pain, I understand the simplicity of what you're trying to say. It sounds like it would be a lot easier that way. I'm right there with you. But I think just in the interest of keeping administratively, being able to track each applicant, I think it's probably just going to remain that way.
Just as a historical reference, license number 1 through 500 were grandfathered. 501 through, I think it's about 1,100 took examination. 1,100 approximately to about almost 1,400 was in 79 when PEs were given their license to clean that up, and then it continued on up to about, I think about right around 2000, and then this process kicked in here. So, and for your edification, Donna says we're around 3,100 in numbers. As far as licensees, we're 1,137.
Yeah, that's me actually.
That's actual licensees. That's in and out of state. So just a little number game for you.
I'd like to say my dad was James Ed Sanders, and his number was number 31. I think he went to the courthouse and.
All right, well, so the last page I put in there was just my recommendations. One, obviously, I would like to change requirements for taking the FS exam to none and just take it. They still have to apply to the board and prove their experience or education and everything else. All those items. H's and half. And just sitting in here, that third legal case, when y'all were talking about that, I didn't know if it was appropriate for me to speak up at the time, but I would just say that if I was the respondent, I would like, and I don't know how the review process went. Obviously, he must have presented his case to an independent reviewer or something, but I would have liked, if it was me and that's what came back, I would want to come before the board and present it. I would have been requesting an interview with the board to see how strongly.
I'd like to say one further thing about the examination and the education scenario. I'll be meeting next week with the EPS committee, and then we'll have zone meetings and annual meetings later on in the year. And I certainly will query other boards that I'm familiar with and know the folks, and just for the question to see how their scenario is going with the examination prior to the experience. David Cox is a good friend of mine in Kentucky, who's their executive director up there, and you know, I know that they allow it, just, you know, go to NCAAS, take it, and then come see us when you got your stuff. Donna Centel down in Louisiana, they do the same thing down there, you know, so like I say, I know quite a few of these different board administrators and that do different than what we do, and I'll certainly, you know, query them and just kind of find out, you know, is it working for them? Is it not working for them? You know, how is it?
I guess that's about all I had. Before this last bill was passed, taking it just based on the ruling of the board in 2013, pretty much decided that the experience clause was gonna be done away. Experience provision, before this current law took effect in 2014, before that, there was a 10-year experience provision. Says if you license, and in 2013, policy.
Well, I
Clarification
can
or something.
explain how that came about. There never was a 10-year experience rule, the 10-year rule as such. I was on a committee at TAPS and went to East Tennessee State to get them to put in their surveying and mapping program. Or whenever that law requirement was. At that point, the legislature said that we had to have the provision left in the law for anybody that was in the pipeline at that particular time to go through the apprentice or experience level up to the end of the 6-year requirement, which ended in 2003. What happened was that the board saw that surveyors, being like they are, they procrastinated and they were not getting applicants to take the exam for whatever reason, and they decided to extend that deadline 4 more years. Okay. Hence the 10-year rule. But that was all. It was supposed to have ended at 2007, totally.
That's not
But
that's not actually in the law, and right below that, you have a requirement or provision for reciprocity. if I'm saying it right.
Also, that particular provision was left in the law primarily to be able to equate a licensee from another state to the BS at that time. That's really why that was actually left in, and then it became misinterpreted, and that's why the board had to craft a determination about it.
that's how that all came, for whatever reason.
One more thought on the FS exam. There is a provision that it says if somebody were to take it in another state, you come here and you prove you take it, I guess you would just accept it. So how's that gonna work if, I don't know, in the licensing process, somebody goes out of state, takes it?
They still have to meet our requirements.
I mean, I understand they would have to meet your requirements, but they're kind of end-arounding that one provision if you're saying you gotta wait until, right now you have to wait until you've fulfilled either your education or experience and all that.
But they took it in another state. If they're arrested in another state, we can't tell them what they can and can't do.
Right. Yeah. I have an appointment, 7 o'clock. Well, let's go ahead and do that.
I'm just here for some guidance from you guys. I've worked in this profession for 15 years, college degree, 20 additional hours of survey-related courses. My degree's not survey-related. Throughout my career, been told I don't qualify to take the tests. Both applications, IT, LS, and I'm just here to see what my next move is. I'm lost. Worked for 3 licensed guys. Obviously are out of touch. They've kind of been helping me along, but basically what brought this on is when I submitted my PLS application, Donna was nice enough to contact me and tell me I've submitted the wrong application, that I don't qualify to take the test. I mean, I've been in this field for 15 years.
You didn't-
Okay. Okay, so now I have to take fundamentals, then what?
You have whatever appropriate experience ties in with how approved to take the fundamental.
So basically, I have to, like y'all have, I've submitted it, I guess, for this meeting for y'all. So y'all will only look at my PLSIT application, approve it, hopefully.
We'll look at it. I can't tell you if we're gonna approve it or not, but we'll have to look at it.
I'm kind of thrown back, like Mr. Keaton here, just to use him as an example. I started surveying the exact same year he did. He's a licensed land surveyor. I have a college degree also. I have 20 additional hours. I spent all my experience right here in Middle Tennessee. I'm kind of confused of why.
Well,
Every surveyor I've ever worked for talks about the hell of the day or the weekend they took those tests. And so I've been going based on these 3 guys who've been licensed a long time, like I say, and probably a little bit out of touch, not their fault. So it's kind of coming as a shock to me. You know, I feel like I paid my
I think the only thing I could say to you, Mr. Moore, is that, you know, we'll need to review your application and, you know, then we'll respond appropriately from there because, you know, we've never even seen the application.
Right,
We
yeah,
won't
so
even
I was
see
kind
it
of
till
giving you
tomorrow, probably.
a rundown. Everything's in
yeah,
there from
yeah.
every transcript,
Yeah.
my experience. I've just spent, you can imagine how long it took me to put that application together. I'm contacting Little John Engineering, who I ain't worked for since 1999, you know?
I can assure you that we'll review your application with the others and then Ms. Mulder will be able to respond to you as far
Okay.
as, you know, whatever our conclusion is.
Y'all be able to give me a path based on what y'all determine.
I would think that, based on the requirements, yes, I think we can give you a path.
Yeah, that's the thing.
If it's not all there, then we can tell you, you need this much
This is
more.
what you're missing, because based on everything I'm reading, I'm far exceeding every criteria I'm seeing. Maybe I'm missing
But
something.
we have to review it, you know.
Right.
We don't just
I understand. You're not
anything
just
you're
gonna
saying.
say,
but
"All right, you're good."
We've got to review it. Yeah, we have to review it.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys. Ma'am.
Adjourn until 1 o'clock,
1:30.
or 1:30, I'm sorry, yes. Gotta go to the grocery. Or wherever that is. Let me get the meeting started here and then we'll, we just returned from lunch
I know
too,
you-
so
You gotta get on the camera, that's all.
time now is 1:30 and we will resume our Board of Examiners meeting, surveyors. And we did get so far down the list for our director's report, but we will get back to the rest of that shortly. And we'll turn whatever we need to over to you and then we can do whatever we need to do.
Thank you for that, Chairman. Our left is
How are y'all? Glad to be here, thanks.
Did this last year. We're gonna run through your year end, tell you guys how you did, what we did with your money, and hear any feedback that you might have. I'm through this. I'm gonna start in the far right-hand corner. You'll notice you've got FY 13-14. Fairly consistent. Drop down to total. Almost other expenditure. And while that's up, still down from cost back. Office. Showed you last year, we're also pulling out your legal costs now so you can see what your total expenditure. Licensing rate, which this case and complaint revenue of state regulatory $1,011. They've come back and said annual calculation of $5 that every other year calculation $10. Semantics, but there have been some out. That left your fiscal year balance 46 added to your expense. That's about 75% of your contribution to the licensing system, which we our balance.
Hey, Bill, is that core expenses? That can be an annual expense?
No, that's a one time. Now, we're spread it out over 3 years, but you've got about 75% of it's here, so you'll have about another 25% over the next 2. And also, that's coming out of able to get the money. Hey, I have any questions? You know, it's a little concerning to me. I think when you look at last year and you look at this year, we're very, very borderline with where you would be at. If you look at last year, we had a negative fiscal year balance of 139,784. This year we had a positive fiscal year balance of 146,853, which is statistically flat and not a lot of room for error in the year that we're in now. So I have asked the director and our accounting manager and the assistant commissioner all to certainly we don't want you to ever I'm not concerned, it's just something that we need to be cognizant of and make sure that we manage it.
Got a new numbers guy here with you. I'm gonna ask the age-old question that you've heard me ask more than once. Sure. It's been my opinion that it would be nice if our board functioned on an annual budget instead of a biannual budget. And that's basically what we function on because of when our renewals are, every 2 years as opposed to most of the subject of simply being able to basically divide the alphabet, let's just say the alphabet, not necessarily register, divide the alphabet in half per se, and hit one of them 1 year renewal, even year, and the next group an odd year, which would create a situation of generally a more consistent number scheme for each year, each fiscal year. Also assist administratively with tasks that Ms. Mulder has to do regular, things of this nature at renewal cycles because, currently we have 1,137 licensees in and out of state total, and she has to deal with those in the odd year for all of their continuing education, renewal fees, et cetera, all in the odd year, all at one time. And then the even year, it's sort of just the new licensees and things of that nature. It's not everybody that already is licensed. So that's been just kind of an ongoing suggestion is all it is. And it's whether or not the system or you guys would be interested in making that change.
Just try to find a way to smooth it.
Yes, yeah, to have a little more consistent feel, because it's a little, it's not that I can't read this, it's not that I can't read this chart. And you all do a wonderful job preparing it and explaining it. It's just that it would appear more as a normal, let's just say a normal business function to where you have annual revenue and expenses, and it's more of a consistent thing. And in my mind, based on what you just said, that would create a better situation for greater predictability as to if there's a problem or if there's not a problem as far as all the expenses and income relationships on an annual review versus this situation that we're in. Of course, it's been this way for many years, and I understand. I'm not trying to reinvent the wheel. I'm just throwing that out because I do every year when we go over it.
I certainly, and I appreciate your insight into it. I do think not so much here. When I look at this, it's not so much because it is on a 2-year cycle, so we know, okay, you've been really, really consistent with your number of licensees over. Where are you going to be at? Because you're not going to go into sunset unless you go into negative territory. That's not a concern. I think, while I said that your licensing revenue has been fairly consistent, the concern for me more than anything is, despite the fact that it's fairly consistent, it's been fairly consistently declining. Now, all of us here. One year, how conservative what you're doing, I will tell you, staff does a fantastic job for relatively small. At some point, we're always looking for a way to reduce fees, but at some point, I'm not saying that today. All this is just to put you to get you to thinking that we need to be concerned about this slight decrease in your number of licensees.
And just from an actual standpoint, the median age of a licensed surveyor in the state of Tennessee is 54 years old. So, you know, that in itself has a somewhat of a declining nature to it.
You know, and I don't have, I mean, I'm not privy to, and you guys certainly would be, to, you know, what's happening in the all this is just you guys are thinking about. It is, and unlike most of the other programs that we have actually had slight upticks in their license counts over the last few years. Certainly the bad. Have been against the trend.
Although our travel expense is not an exceptionally large number, we're still trying to get figured out how that we can reduce that number from the standpoint of assistance from a particular entity that still working with that.
Yeah, and you know the deal with that. For
We're
us,
still
I mean,
working with it.
so-
And just for your edification, we are the only jurisdictional board that belongs to NCEES that does not accept
Well, I think the board
they accept now. Yes, sir, they sure do. They accept.
Tennessee board.
Yes, sir, they do. And you can check with Mr. Cawthron and verify that I didn't tell you a fib.
Absolutely. Yes, sir. Here today, but that was
Yes,
the
sir.
first thing
I
asked him when I
I
seen
would
him.
not tell you a fib for it.
I don't
But
think
that's-
you would.
That is the truth.
Okay.
So we're working on that.
Well, and you know, again, your travel costs are not, they're not exorbitant. They're up from the previous year, but, they're not exorbitant. And when we look at it, we wanna see about a 10% overage is what, if we were budgeting you license revenue positive. On that, you're running very lean. Half. Long time I was ever certainly department will come dollars. Somewhere in the last 15 years. And I think that's always a last resort. I mean, we're not, we are certainly not saying is, you know, you guys are looking at it's a concern, and it's not following the trend of some of the other programs with an increase in licensees. So I just think
November of 2002 was when that fee, the biennial renewal fee was moved to $280.
staff, Nicole and Don and everybody, they do a fantastic job. Hesitate to call on the Assistant Commissioner of the Regulatory Board. Good to see you.
Thank you very much for your time.
In there.
Okay, that's Donna,
All right, so I gotta find it.
our director's report.
I have a question about new rule 082004 .10. That's the disclosure form. Cause I've had people calling about it. They wanna know, it says principals and officers have to fill out the form, or list all the principals and officers. Does that mean they have to be a principal of the company, or are they the principal land surveyor?
The rule, I hadn't put my finger on it. I think I have it right back here.
I've got a copy of it if you need it.
I think the intent of this, Donna, when we, it was that entity, whether it be a corporation partnership or any other kind of firm, LLC, what it may be, provides the board with a form that the board crafts that says that John Doe is the licensed surveyor and responsible charge for 1, 2, 3,
Right, so he's the
whatever
principal
street.
company of the, I mean, the principal surveyor of the firm. He's not an owner or, like, I could hire you to work in my firm, and he would be the principal surveyor. But he doesn't hold any ownership, any partnership, nothing in that, correct?
We don't require professional corporations where the corporation has to be,
Okay, that's
have
what I
a professional involved. But I think the intent of this was, as I recall, was for each entity that represented itself as a surveying business or firm in the state of Tennessee has to have a licensee in that office. And this form identifies that Tim Lingerfelt is in office at 123 Kingsport, Tennessee.
That's what I thought, and that's what I told these people, but I told them I would check just to make sure.
That if I had multiple offices, then maybe Mr. Cleveland is the licensed surveyor in Office B.
Yeah.
And that's the whole purpose, that wherever somebody's at that they're practicing. If I was just a sole proprietorship and I worked out of my basement, then it would be Tim Lingerfeld at my house.
Right.
But I think that's what the intent of that was. Exactly right. Because we have folks that want to operate more than one office with only one licensee, and that's not.
All right, the next thing, review continue. I want to have y'all look at it. Most of these, of course, are not pre-approved.
We want to address these just one at a time by the individual.
How do you want to do it?
I think probably be the easiest way, just individually look at their hours that they've submitted and discuss them individually.
I think, let's take number one then, Mr. John Hood. Of course, that he has all of.
Well, I am familiar with the course that he's taken, just through word of mouth. I've not taken that course myself personally, but I do appreciate that he did submit the class agenda there, breaking down both days of material that was covered. And just in review of the topics that are covered there, I really don't see anything directly related to surveying. Rather, I do see quite a bit in there with erosion control and engineering topics. And if anybody down there sees differently, please speak up. And I see that he's trying to submit for credit on the full 16 hours based on this one course and one course alone. I can tell you, I have difficulty agreeing with a full 16 hours of PDHs for the material that was covered based on the agendas that he submitted. Anybody see any differently?
No, I would have to be in agreement with that.
Question I would have for you, Donna, is has this particular individual submitted the level one course for approval in the previous couple of years? Because you usually have to wait a year after you get the first one before you take the second one.
I don't remember.
Okay, but obviously he's gotten the first one, and now this is the second one, and I certainly concur with Jay. I don't see that there's credit for this course.
No credit.
That's what I'm seeing. I don't know if hopefully didn't put words in Jay's mouth, but I don't see any credit for it. Especially if he's already sought credit for the first course, because there's some overlap between the first and second course. Second course is just primarily in greater engineering and calculation details.
Tim, I'm not going to disagree with what you're saying there. I do see some value in a couple of the topics that were discussed, and this goes back to what we were discussing earlier, how by law, surveyors are allowed to do drainage. We do test on drainage aspects in the exam, and I do think that surveyors should certainly be well familiar with drainage. I do see a couple of aspects here on day, I guess that's day one, first day. I think number 5, number 6, discussing the rational method. There may be there's some sizing and hydraulic controls. There's some value there towards drainage that maybe I may lean towards giving a few credit hours towards. Certainly, I'm certainly not in favor of full credit of the 16, but I think there may be some value there. I certainly want to give the guy the benefit of the doubt if he has classwork, coursework associated with the definition of survey. I may, we're talking 2 hours maybe of that. Possibly. I wonder what your thoughts were on that.
Well, the only way I would disagree with what, I basically agree with you. The only way I really disagree would be if he had already submitted level 1,
Right.
which basically already visits those same things, and we'd ultimately be giving him credit twice for the same things. I
Could
mean,
be,
that's
but-
why I was
yeah,
curious
but we
about
don't know
level
that.
1.
I'll check and see.
Okay.
If he's
Well,
taking
let me-
level 1, he gets no credit whatsoever.
Yeah, if he has taken the same thing under level 1, then we would not give credit, but if he hasn't taken credit for level 1, but he's getting them here, then how many hours would you
I
agree?
suggested 2.
I agree with that. I have no
Okay.
problem with that.
And I think that's probably assessment right there. That's there.
Can we leave it with you that way, Donna?
Yeah, if he hadn't taken it, I'll give him.
If he's taken level 1, he gets 0. If he hadn't taken level 1, he gets 2.
Gets 2 hours, but that leaves him 14 hours short.
Can we just?
We just go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, could we discuss all of them
All
and
of
just
them,
make a motion
that'd
if
be
we
fine with
concur
me.
on all of them? Is that fair?
That'd be
Fair enough, yeah.
fair
And
enough
then
to
just
me.
do one motion.
Donna, you'll
Yep.
keep a tally of what we're suggesting here as we go through? Thank you.
All right, Mr. Young.
Donna, he's asking for 4 hours for the Illinois State Plane Coordinate System. And he's asking for 12 hours of the Opus class, which I have no problem with whatsoever. That's an outstanding class. And of course, he's got 5 hours from TAPS, which 12 and 5 would be 17, and he's asking for 4 more from Illinois. So I don't know where he stands hours-wise, or 6 hours. I apologize. I don't know how he got 6 out of 4, but
Asking for,
I'm counting 35 hours total is what he submitted.
how far along you tap?
it is.
12.
5, 12, and 6. Where'd you get 35? What'd I miss? I'm sure I missed something.
6 from Illinois.
I'm sorry, I
But he only marked on his form 4.
counted one of them
He
twice.
says 6, but he only marked 4.
Yeah.
I counted one of them twice, my bad.
His 5 at TAPS are good because they meet the criteria, and I have no issue with the 12 from the Opus, because that's a good program. I don't know which he has. He marked 4 hours in Illinois and he claimed 6 hours. But
Is he claiming 6 or he's claiming 6 for Florida?
where's Florida? I don't have Florida.
This one right here.
Yeah, I do. I missed that one. Okay. Well, what's he claiming in Florida? Land tenure and cadastral systems.
6 hours on.
Yeah,
We got it.
I had missed the sheet. That's my fault. Jay doubled one, and I missed one.
Yeah.
We're having trouble, Tommy, here.
Don't see each other out
Imagine that.
This email goes with this, so
Yep,
Okay.
yep.
this doesn't claim his hours, this does.
Or I doubled mine. That's where I
Yeah.
doubled the hours.
Total
That's what
29
they go to.
hours. Is that what I'm seeing? 6 from Florida.
Yep.
4 from Illinois is 10, right?
Yep.
12 from Opa, so that'd be 22.
Yep.
And then 5 from Taft is 27.
27, yeah, 27.
The one I got a problem with is the one from Illinois, because I feel like it's state specific, even though the calculations part of it and stuff is very similar.
I understand your point there, but yeah, the fact is that it was reviewing the state plane coordinate system. Whether you apply it to Illinois, you apply it to Tennessee, the principle behind it is still the same. You know, had I seen one that just said state plane coordinates, I'd have been fine with that as well. Not that it was state specific, but, so I'm inclined to give credit to the Illinois, though I do understand the point that you're trying. Quite honestly, I think he submitted the appropriate paperwork. I don't have any issue with any of the hours that he submitted there.
It's certainly difficult. You yourself are multi-state licensed. It's certainly difficult
Sure.
to accommodate everything in every state. I mean, you
It
know.
is, yep.
And some things are state specific.
So if Tommy has carryover hours already.
Well, I gave him 17 hours, just the Opus and the tax.
Yep.
Well, if I may interrupt, your chart only says he's asking for 6 hours.
I know, I just never caught that.
Okay, so he's asking for all these hours, well, except Tennessee.
Right.
So he's asking for 22 hours, is that correct?
And I already gave him the Opus and the,
So Illinois was supposed, see, I still haven't wrapped my arms around, he marked the form for 4 hours in Illinois, but he said he earned 6.
Well,
So I don't know which it is.
Well, what he's doing is also
Oh,
on Illinois,
I
he's
know,
doing.
but look at it. He X'd part 1, which is for his
Oh, I see
4
what you're
hours,
saying,
and then
yeah.
he put total hours earned 6.
I just give him
Well,
4.
he's taking credit for the ethics also.
Well, I understand it, but he didn't mark it.
Yeah,
Oh,
he
he
didn't mark it. I would
He didn't
only,
mark it.
I think we can only, if we do ultimately approve this, we can only give the 4 for
Because, I mean,
Illinois.
that's what he
Yeah.
swore to.
That's what he
here.
says he took.
He
That's
swore to
right.
what he says here, and
Yep,
and he
yep.
didn't mark it.
Yep.
I mean, he
And-
may
and-
have took it, but he didn't mark it.
And in his total count, it won't affect him. It's
No.
only in the amount that carries over, so.
Yeah.
So effectively, we're only concerned about 10 hours, is that correct?
6 from Florida, 4 from Illinois.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that should have been 10 hours.
I'm fine with both. The 6 Florida and the 4 Illinois, I'm fine with it if y'all are.
I am too.
That you, Sue? Tickled to death?
To please and
All right, did you get that one, Donna? Thank you.
okay. Clifford Nail.
All right. My argument on these is, it appears to be that these are online courses, is that correct? From a .com provider?
Yes, sir.
See, I've always been leery of those, only because, you know, in the past, there have been some entities that will offer 8 PDHs, and you're done in 20 minutes, and you're out the door, and you're getting 8 hours of credit for it. So I've always been leery of those.
Well, you know, in the form itself, Jay, it says in the lower left-hand corner, these courses are pre-approved by the following State Board of Engineers. It just doesn't say nothing about surveyors whatsoever, you know.
And also, he included in his paperwork the list of states that pre-approve and those that are pending pre-approval, of which Tennessee is listed as pending.
Can we ask, Mike, since Mike's on our advisory committee, have you seen these courses at all?
Which courses are?
It's from pdhexpress.com.
.com.
I don't recall those now.
I gotta tell you, here's my issue on this one. Here's my issue on this, beside the obvious that I already stated, the .com. He submitted the paperwork, so he was well aware that Tennessee was pending, not already approved, but pending approval. He knew that already. And yet he's asking for approval of it. He knew the answer up front. That's where I have issues.
My notion was to deny approval, was my notion. Because I don't see, you know, he sent an internet thing of, a thing where you can go look them up there, you know, but I don't see a course syllabus. I don't see anything that justifies to this board what that course really is.
Exactly. Is there a way to verify if these are truly pending? And my definition of pending is they've submitted the paperwork, it's in the process of being approved. That's my definition of
Well,
pending.
so that's why I asked Mike that question, if Mike was even familiar.
Right.
We turn them around pretty quick.
So there's nothing outstanding there that-
That doesn't ring a bell then.
You know, maybe the presenter, is thinking that they're gonna get the paperwork sent in, they ain't got around to it, so they called it pending.
That doesn't get it to me.
Don't get it. My notion's no.
I'll agree with Tim there.
And my notion is no also. Next one.
Well, let me, let me say something on this one for what it's worth.
Say something.
I attended this seminar, and I attended the same seminar that these two gentlemen attended, and it was presented in North Carolina. And no, it wasn't pre-approved, but it was a very good seminar.
Which one is?
The unmanned aircraft systems. I went strictly for the purpose of trying to get more knowledge relative to this last law we got approved and so forth, and also learn about North Carolina's law since I'm licensed over there too. That's all I can tell you about it. I found it to be a good seminar, and I personally attended at the same time these gentlemen did.
Looks like he already has 17 from the TAPS, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so really the only question is the 4 from North Carolina?
3, yes, sir.
Excuse me, 3.
Basically, these would just ultimately be carryover hours for the next year. But Gary Thompson was there at the, matter of fact, he was one of the winners, and then this fella, this Sprayberry fella, it's their North Carolina version of TEMA that we have in Tennessee. It's their
Yep.
NCEMA. They presented it, and a lot of interesting things that I hadn't considered about UAS. You know, when they're
This was a go to a location, attend it, sit in the seat,
Yes.
and be presented with the information? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Yep, I'm good with it.
Yes, sir. It was in Asheville, North Carolina, and so forth. I just share that personal knowledge with you about
It was a 4 hour,
3.
3 hour?
3 hours.
Yeah, I see 3 hours here. Yeah, let me mark that. Problem with him sitting in the seat that we're all gonna be involved with eventually, somehow or
Very
another.
soon.
So, I'd give him the credit for that those three.
Next one seemed to
And Anthony Tuttle.
we'll pass that one.
Same thing. Mr. Tuttle. Beckwith.
Arkansas can.
Okay, in West Tennessee? The problem I have with this one is we have two one-hour seminars. One is a vendor showcase, which we normally don't do those at all.
Sales pitches.
And then an annual membership meeting, which, you know, they may have that in theirs. We actually have some up-and-coming changes in ours, but they're not here yet. But those 2 hours, I have an issue with. I think the rest of them seem to be in order. I would say 14 and a half. I don't know what you guys think.
Yep, I agree.
William.
I feel like that there may be a misunderstanding of the rules by Mr. Pulliam. The current rule that we have stipulates that one semester hour of acceptable university credit is equal to 15 PDHs. I don't know. Seems to be. What do you think she's? 3 credit hours and 12 QPs. I'm not sure what a QP is. A quality point. I don't know. University, but our existing statute in 0820-5-.05, subparagraph 5, it says all activities submitted to the board for continuing education credit are subject to the approval of the board. I can't approve those as continuing, even though he's continuing his personal education and learning and so forth, it's not perpetuating his professional learning, in my opinion.
Which is, I like education, and I think education is important here, but this is late to surveying, other than if he has documents in it. Perpetuating the knowledge of survey. White, William.
Here's that Mr. White is licensed in Georgia, lives in Georgia, has met Georgia's requirement, which is only 7.5 hours per year, and he's added additional hours in order to meet Tennessee's. And one of the courses that he's asking about is Tennessee Rules of Conduct, which apparently is produced by CEU.
It was. Oh, this is.
Out that CE.
Well, the main,
Oh, is that the, what's his name, Burns or something? And he's the one that his son never showed up.
right.
Burns was teaching the class, he died, his son started teaching the class without approval by the board, and then we chastised him and stopped him, basically, and he's never showed up.
But he took the course on December 30th of 2014. Not even a month ago, is that right?
Is this the same course?
So is the guy still teaching the courses even though we told him to stop?
Yeah, that's my question. If this is the same course, we need to get, our young attorney involved in this guy.
I don't know. This is the first one I've seen. I've got another one that's got, I asked for certificates and he hadn't produced them, so I'm not giving him.
Burns Jr. is still offering the course.
If he's still offering the course, we've got a nice young attorney, he would love to meet him.
Now, I will tell you, I talked to him a few months ago and he said he was gonna submit the stuff for approval as of.
Here.
I'm like Jay, my notion is, I mean, it looks like a rose and it smells like a rose, but it may have more thorns than it should. And my notion is no until he can prove something to us. And if it's this same scenario that we think it might be, that ain't a good thing, because our young attorney here is gonna get ugly with somebody. Because what, the son wasn't even licensed, was he, or was he? I'm trying to remember.
I don't think he was.
I don't think
No, he wasn't even licensed.
I don't think he was.
Yeah, he wasn't even
This
licensed.
guy and the other guy that I got him on, they're out of state. So, I don't know if that makes a difference or not.
But what's problematic about it is the date. That's what's problematic, because if I'm not mistaken, this Mr. Burns that was the surveyor died in March or April or something, wasn't it?
13.
In 13?
Yeah.
Of 13.
Of 13, yeah, and we're 18 months out now, I mean,
Well, and let me tell you, the list that's on the website right now of all the courses, the ones are marked. I don't know why. I have since taken. They're expired or
since been,
I can't.
I don't think that we ought to approve this until we have further documentation, and if it's in fact what we think it is, then there may be an issue, a greater issue.
Have to let her.
This to the
Be more interested. Or
That's what I'm
That's
concerned
the
about, the
issue, is
provider right now, because the licensee may have got caught in a catch-22 here. You know, and we're willing to work with the licensee, but, you know, we gotta find out what's going on with that provider.
You know, it's the provider, and in fact, he called me a year ago. Doing and on, and I said, approval on this. Bit, and that us as to course is included in the course. Credit to
Qualification.
score sheet.
This gentleman, fortunately, he's. for it. Odd year, if it's an odd year, problems because he wouldn't be. Rules of professional conduct, Mike.
The grade sheet, the answer. There's no acknowledgement that nothing.
Done that.
I mean, all he did was print off the exam and then an answer sheet. That's all he did, so.
Right.
All right. All right.
People wonder why we have problems with internet courses.
Yeah, exactly. I'm good with the Samsung courses from the
Yes, I'm
state
good
of
with
Georgia.
those,
Yeah,
yeah.
I'm good with those.
Yeah, I didn't have
Yeah,
a
those are
problem
fine.
with those, yeah.
But I think we need to hold off on the two from CEU Suite.
I agree with you.
Yeah.
Total that he had.
13. Two.
Yeah.
All of those are good. Sam does a good job.
The rules of professional conduct.
It's a 4-page document.
There it is right here.
Tennessee rules and text.
I mean,
Yeah, we got it.
he's got it in here.
Not, because
Does it still say, does it say anything about a Burns on their instructor or anything?
Didn't see it.
Okay.
Names.
I don't have a terrible problem with the instructor not being a surveyor, but he's never brought anything to this board so that we can even know who he is or what his credentials are or anything of that nature.
And I'm not saying that that qualifies him or disqualifies him from speaking, but I'm just saying if he's talking about professional conduct and what have you, and dealing with surveyors, how does he know? Surveyor that.
This is, one of us could have taken hours of credit.
Like that last one, I mean. Too many of those courses. 20 minutes, you know. Booklet or. Gosh, sir, you know, reads a case law study or something. Questions on it, that's. Credit for it, that's kind of some of the stuff we.
Okay. So,
Motion in.
all of these.
Second?
Any further discussion? Favor?
Aye.
Okay. Takes care of that. Next. Right, yes, ma'am.
Now we got the Missouri policy notice for property descriptions.
Very licensed professional surveyor. You sent this to us, didn't you? On this
I think I emailed that.
The legal description, who can write it in Missouri?
Yes, sir. I shared that with
Yeah.
y'all, just as a courtesy.
Okay.
Does Josh have a copy of this, Donna? Sure he does, right now. Sure you do, Josh. I know you've just been handed it, but I think at the end of the day, Josh, the question for you would be, this is basically a policy, as I would infer it, from the Missouri Board relative to their surveying licensing law, and they've created a position paper or a stance, policy, whatever, about writing legal descriptions. And my question to you would be, if, upon you having time to review it, would be whether or not we could do the same type of thing within the domain of our laws and rules and statutes. So you may have to study that to get back on us and let us know about that. Because if we can, that would be a good thing that I think all the surveyors would appreciate. If we can't, it may then require legislation in order for us to get there. But we want I would think we'd want your direction and advice to know which way we can go.
Okay, well, I can review it and make some kind of recommendation to you at the next meeting if that's acceptable to the board.
I would think so.
Now we need to vote on who to.
Meeting where the board allows two.
We've been allowed two members to go.
2 members to go?
All of the NCAA, yes.
Well, the two of y'all take those slots and I'll pay for myself to get through the third one. Because I think you. Seattle.
I was going to.
Did.
I was going to, and then. This is a joint meeting here.
Okay. So if the decision is which two, is that?
Yeah.
I'll take that one, I'll take.
I don't mind yielding to you to go. I mean, I don't mind. I like to go just as much as you guys do. I mean, I really enjoy them and I always learn.
Motion, or is that just? Second it?
Tim. Board's travel and
Okay.
Jay has seconded it. Any further discussion? Then all in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Well, I'll pay for,
Fast train through someplace.
I'll pay for if I'm still on the board, I'll pay for my trip to Williamsburg and obviously.
Gotcha.
Be my.
We have one more. Already done the.
All plaques.
Wall decoration. Do what?
It will be ready to start the review.
Oh, those reviews, huh?
Now, we still have, to talk to Taps.
We have.
Jimmy don't wanna come back tomorrow. And my,
Mike has to drive as far as Jimmy, that far back in the woods in Woodbury.
And this is LSIT certificate,
Mike,
please.
black ain't got a. You got
Like if you need it.
rather have a 7,
No, it's
Five.
this black will be all right. Sue's got a black one over here, so.
all right then.
There's one of them we've been looking for.
Well, it is, isn't it?
Yeah.
Sure is.
That's a plus. Guess we can take a break after this.
The Galen. Surveying on it. Better than that.
You know, they always send you samples.
Sure, yeah,
I mean,
absolutely.
so,
Is that the sample?
yeah.
All
I
right.
didn't order the thing.
Here you go, Don.
Sue.
Next item then is the TAPS committee report. We'll ask Mr. TAPS to present us. Mr. Cleveland?
As always, TAPS appreciates the opportunity to be a part of these meetings and offer input and whatnot, and be represented or be recognized at these meetings. At the last meeting, I apologize for not being able to attend the meeting in October, but we did submit our committee's recommendations on RTK and GPS guidelines. We have received some more comments, received them this morning from Mr. Sanders, who was a member of that committee. Not had very much time to review those, so we'll be looking at those again, and look forward to working with the Board of Examiners as y'all continue to explore implementing the practice. I do know that we submitted some ethics seminar for approval for the board, for the board's approval. That's my understanding. That's been up and submitted for y'all. Classes. Prior to your April meeting, we will be in response. We're in the process of compiling a seminar for minimum standards that will be submitted prior to your April meeting. I believe the next meeting they'll have to approval in to offering the classes for That's all I have. Mike, do you have anything that you know of?
No, I really don't.
Okay. I have any questions from us as the
And y'all will be attending the GIS meeting, someone from the association?
Yes, sir.
Will be tomorrow?
Yes, sir. There's several members will be attending that meeting. To my knowledge, I believe it's going to be Mr. Jackie Dillahay, Miss Lynn Spencer, Mr. Andrew Stokes, Mr. Benny Mormon, and I'm not sure. I think you, Mr. Lingerfeld, had some interest allowed. I don't know if your schedule will allow that, but there's several members will be attending that meeting tomorrow. So.
Have you all formulated or discussed anything about the report of survey that we talked about probably 2 meetings ago, maybe 2 to 3 meetings ago?
We haven't explored that a whole lot. We had a lot on our plate with the GPS guidelines and whatnot. I'll probably start looking at that now that we've kind of once I get the minimum standard seminar wrapped up here in the next month or so. I'll probably start exploring that and formulating some ideas on that, and probably get some input from some other individuals and would like to work with, if that's something that the board is looking at implementing, we definitely want to work with you on that, and maybe look at either possibly off the cuff here, maybe either if not requiring a report, maybe a drawing, either requiring one or the other type things. I know with Mississippi, other state I'm licensed in, they do require a plat, even if it's staking one property line. They do require a plat for every survey that's performed.
I just feel like that it's this situation, whether it's plat only or report or plat, whatever the scenario is, it's much better than the non-monumentation surveys that we still have, and I think it'd be a good replacement for that. That way, the consumer or the public is actually getting something besides an invoice for their service, and maybe a stake or two online or a corner or whatever it is they may have asked for.
Just out of curiosity, just from my knowledge, as we move forward into this process, now is this something that you would be looking to replace or do away with the non-monumentation surveys? Is that something that you would be looking at doing, or the board will be looking at doing away with those non-monumentation surveys, or you just?
My notion was it be considered as a possibility to replace that language. Because I feel like that if we had a vehicle that primarily identified what the surveyor, the services the surveyor performed, whether it be a report or a plat for that individual, then the non-monumentation survey potentially could still even fit into that same category. But either way, I feel like that the public needs to be able to come away with something. Again, going back to being a professional, I think that's what professionals do. They provide something, whether it be a letter or whatever it may be. You know, and a lot of surveyors will go ahead and do that anyway. But I'd like to see it more of a across-the-board type thing.
I'd like to see, I mean, just thinking off the cuff, like I said, I'd like to, you know, some sort of documentation. I think that would be a good thing. You know, like, I agree, you know, people, me personally, my practice, some people, all they want is a property line staked down through there. But I know I've got a couple jobs that I've done, that's all they've wanted is lines, and I come back, and I was going back through some jobs the other day, you know, as I was archiving some stuff, and, well, what did I do for this? So I'd open my drawing file, and all it was a couple survey points. So I have to go back and look in some files, and what did I do on this job? If I've got a drawing file or something to finish drawing, it'll jog my memory quick.
I don't know if it's ever happened to you, the neighbor calls you to come out and check the line or whatever. Well, the person on the other side, is out there, you know, hi, how you doing, what are you doing, who are you, da-da-da, and you say, well, I had mine surveyed recently, and you say, well, did they give you a plat, or who was it, or whatever, and they know none of the above. And that's just an example of this scenario would be better if they had something, had some kind of documentation.
I personally think it's a good idea. I mean, that's just me speaking personally, not on behalf of the association. So, I think it's definitely something to explore. That's definitely something I'll bring up at the next meeting and see if we can get something.
It's not, to me, it's not an end of the world if we don't eliminate the mortgage inspections, but, you know, I think that in that same spirit of dialogue, that would be a good time to discuss it when you're looking at reports or plats or whatever.
Well, I mentioned the non-monumentation survey strictly because there's been a couple instances where, it's kind of ironic you mentioned that, because I was looking through, again, some older surveys the other day. I actually did probably the first non-monumentation survey I've ever done on my own since I opened my business, strictly for a rezoning type thing. It was strictly, we had to go. I think there's a need for them at times, but I definitely personally think a plat or a report, one or the other, is definitely warranted.
Earlier, you know, that tells a huge story. Words can't. I've always been of the opinion that if you step up to the plate and tell what you did or didn't do on your plat, and then you sign and seal it, then that takes care of any, whether it's monument, non-monument, or whatever, because you basically explained what the document's for, the purpose, etc.
Well, we'll get the, I'll definitely bring that to the table at the next board of directors meeting at the conference in March, which is right around the corner, and then I'll definitely start soliciting some feedback from that. Probably start, like I said, getting some feedback on the same people that work with me on submitting some. Have that on the approved for.
Okay.
Mike, did you have anything from the advisory committee?
No, not really. I'm working through,
Mike, one thing, you know, the continuing ed thing that we were talking about a while ago, look and see, I don't know if you keep records of any of that. Donna may not have had anything, folks may, particularly that Burns. Would have come from Donna first, wouldn't it? Is that's the,
Not always, sometimes.
Is that right?
I get a packet sometimes in the mail,
it's not gone through her.
right. They're not always sending them to her before they come to us.
Yeah.
Sometimes they'll come.
I'm almost of the opinion, and this is just the opinion according to Northcote, I think that any vendor that wants to present a course, I think ought to send it to the office and then let Donna forward it to the advisory committee, so that she logs it in, she has an idea of what that course, you know, the name of the course and whatever it entails, because we don't have, if it comes straight to you, then the only thing record is when you send it back to Donna, or if you say it's not approved.
Well, when they, when I talk to them, I'll tell them, and you send me a copy, and then their copy.
I was just fixing to ask what's the proper procedure for that, because I know Mr. Jerry Taylor handled the ethics, submitting the ethics seminar on behalf of TAPS, and as I finish up the minimum standards, I wanted to know the proper procedure for that.
Well, I don't know that,
And I have looked at that, I need to talk to them.
See, the important part about that is that the board, which in fact, we let the advisory committee basically approve things unless something's really squirrely and they wanna run it by us. Basically, we only have 90 days to act on it, period. So that's why I think it would be good if Donna had it, cause she actually would start the meter running.
Yeah, I do, that's definitely committee.
Yeah.
That,
I'm just saying, that's what, as we sit here today and speak, that we have 90 days, yeah.
Yeah, most things we get, sent to us.
Oh.
Occasionally.
okay. Well, just for whatever it's worth, I do think that it's probably better that everything come to the office and then her log it in, stamp it in, whatever, and then send it on. I think that's probably the better way, and that way, you know, there won't be a possibility of some vendor saying, oh, you let this slip through the cracks, or it didn't get approved. Well, maybe you didn't approve it because it was worthless. But Donna didn't have a record of it, and when they call her and ask her, was this approved? And, you know, of course, when you review all of these, do you send all of them back to her?
Just an email back.
Just an email? Not as long as there's some communication that would go with that logged in number or whatever you have on that, I think that would be fine. Don't want a vendor to point the finger at the board and say, you haven't given me a chance to present whatever I wanted to present, and maybe we did, and you know, the review committee says this is worthless and it's not worth presenting to our group of surveyors. On the other hand, if it is, and you know, they're going to get a number for it. And, okay.
That, CEU suite that I looked at a little while ago, notice that fill out.
I agree with that. I didn't think that there was from that standpoint. Well,
The one that Mike and I looked at was 4 pages, and it's like Jay said, 15 minutes for 2 hours.
Yeah.
That's the whole premise that we've all talked about before.
Tell you, that's not capability. Okay. Oh, no. All right. Tony, you're back, and so would you want to talk about, or you said, oh, no, I have to do this again, so.
I went back and we obtained the rules that they were in the process of going through what we call the justification memo process, where after you all make a determination that these are the boards that you intend to promulgate and have a rulemaking hearing, they go through our office for review. And where they were last, I received them from Rob's desk in the last conversation that we had. There's a rule on here regarding military applicants and temporary rules, and the rule that he has within this form does not comply with the statutory requirements.
That's what he told us we had to add. That was the way he presented it to us, because we didn't touch it at all.
Okay.
He said this is what must be added because it's being added to all other similar legislations, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
All the boards, I think, were happy
Yeah,
with that.
right.
Yes, it's all boards, and the rule that we have here, I'll just show it, it's just about the paragraph right here, is that what he went through the process to do. And this right here was really not even half of what the requirements are, so it's lacking, excuse me. So that's where we were at with this rule, so we just have to revise it for you all and bring it back to you as a rule that you all can vote on to have it go through the process.
We actually, since we're gonna revisit the horse in the barn again here, we actually had queried about adding in language about QBS into that particular chapter, because that's kind of a catch-all chapter. It's got a lot of different things about it. So it might be good if we, if this comes back to us at our next meeting, if Josh could update us maybe on QBS and see if it's
Yes.
applicable to maybe try to attach that.
Right.
And, because we understand that, we can't do anything about the military language. It's, as far as I'm concerned, boilerplate, I assume.
It pretty much is boilerplate, but we'll have to look at your statutes for any kind of specific temporary issuance of licensing issues that may be in there, because not all some programs are a little bit different because they already address that issue, and then we have to attempt to mend those two in there to meet all requirements. So it's not, we've done it for several different boards already. So what we'll do is we will bring it back for you all for the next meeting with a recommended language on the military applicant rule, and then we'll also Josh and I will look at this QBS issue, and we'll let you know if we determine that if you can statutorily do a QBS via rulemaking, and if you can, then we'll go ahead and try to use some kind of language that would probably already be existing. If not, we obviously wouldn't come back with language. We would give you a reason as to why not. That's what we can do for the next meeting. Okay. Thank you, gentlemen.
Box lady.
The box lady, they were on the street, Galen, they didn't come in.
Well, I don't have anything else as far as this afternoon. Anybody else?
Any we got?
Point.
We have been, which is, I think, fruitless, but that's my personal opinion. Keeping the camera running while we're sitting here reading
While we
applications.
review them, that's fine.
Yeah.
So,
We went for a long time and didn't do it, and then all of a sudden we started doing it. It don't matter, whatever they wanna do. I'm not gonna say anything different off camera as I am on camera, period.
that's it. So, all right. Well, the formal part of the meeting is concluded for this afternoon. And we'll begin the application reviews.
Galen, out of curiosity.
The time now is 13 minutes after 3.
After 3?
After 3.
Very much. Be careful on your travels.
They're gonna start on.
Not.
I mean, they've got everything. Back and use.
Thanks.
Got something. Same way.
Either.
Oh.
Nonsense.
I get them.
Seen one.
But like I say, whole thing.
It's just strictly for kit and caboodle.
What are you gonna do? Halfway thinking Vanderbilt watching the Lady Commodores play.
Too easy to do.
I need to get that exam back from you.
Let's see here. You printed these and we can have these.
Yeah, yeah.
That's good.
Well, I told Peter I would after y'all looked at it. If you won't take it, that's fine. And just throw it. Okay, I know you won't.
Which one is that?
They come with you today?
No, she didn't come this time. She's going with me next week. I gotta go to Clemson, South
This is
Carolina next
professional
week.
conduct.
Okay.
I thought,
Is the orange book gonna be this time?
won't be no bigger. That was,
Okay, your turn.
Or
Uh,
I had to go through. I tried to listen. I don't know if I got 'em all. Just-
we want to be serious and try. I don't know how many you got.
We're looking at 4 o'clock is coming around the corner real quick.
Yeah. Yeah, I got 5 here. We're just figuring. What you doing? What are you doing?
I got nothing down there.
What are you doing tonight?
I'm going to Demus.
Looks like I'm reading,
Are you?
applications. Is that what I'm reading?
I was telling Sue, I was thinking about walking over where I'm staying.
Mhm.
I was in blocks that Asian. Thinking about walking over.
Really?
I wish the men was playing, but
That's where I thought you were going for a minute. I was like, ooh, who are they playing? 'Cause
yeah,
I know they're in
the
SEC
women
now.
are playing Arkansas tonight. bet.
That'd be kinda good.
I mean, 40?
About 40
You got 40 there, plus these 10,
plus
or?
those.
Huh?
No, 40 altogether.
40 altogether?
Let's knock these out right here.
Well, I'm
It'll
gonna tell
probably
you,
take us a little while.
I can guarantee you.
Is,
Well, let's take these.
long into the exit.
This is the more guy.
What's going on there?
High school.
It's not like we didn't know it was coming.
We've opened the door for a lot of applications. I
Yep.
mean, that's,
Everybody's trying to beat the rush before it goes to
That's the guy
16.
that talked today.
Yeah, and that,
oh, it is.
are we,
You want me to turn
is
him down? Let's
is
put him
that,
on the
I'm
bottom.
not
Try
looking
this
at
one,
it.
is
Sue.
Mr. Moore's application? in
Yeah, it's
one
right
of those?
here.
There.
Good,
It's right here.
yeah.
Yeah, we'll look at
He's
him.
got the fortitude to come up here and say, hey, I need some guidance.
Right.
Something
Now, the
ain't working that I'm not doing.
Kinda like that.
If he thinks when he gets ready to apply for his license, he didn't have to reapply, I'm sorry, but he does.
Well, we'll look at it close,
Even
see
though I've
what
got
he's
his
done, and,
application already, because it was no good.
not a bad
That's
picture.
fine.
See,
I mean,
that's the stuff he wants to know. I think is what he's, that's what he's
I
asking.
mean, if he
This
needs a
sounds
like
letter
that.
explaining how the thing goes, and
Yeah, I think ultimately what he'd like is a letter that says, you must
What
do
are you
this
approving?
and accomplish A, B, C, D,
B,
E,
D.
check, 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 and then you'll be considered. I
And
think is
then-
what he's
and
really
then
asking.
then if that's not approved, then you go back again, and the process starts A, B, C, D. What else can one say?
How's that game tonight, Tim?
7 or 7:30, I was gonna have to look it up on the internet.
On the campus?
Yeah, on campus there.
There you go.
And Logan's is right next door to my hotel, so we
Even
could
better.
grab something to eat.
Are you in the
walk
Hampton
right
area?
over there. Or the Chili's, they're both right there real close.
Yeah,
I'm in the Hampton over on Elston Place.
yeah, I know where that's,
Yeah.
right. That is right next door to Logan, so.
Yeah, right next door. I mean, seriously.
Good
Close as
time.
your truck is to my room, is where
Yeah.
Logan's is.
What time you want to meet over there?
Well, we'll look it up here on the minute, and on the internet,
That's
and
fine.
see what time it takes. I wanna say it's 7 o'clock.
Because usually that's game time 7.
I mean, you know, girl, it'll be an hour and a half. Better than just sitting around watching.
Who's gonna like?
Surveyor.
what I was trying to do is make. Go fair and say. It was somewhat.
I would think so.
What they do.
Who signed these?
Does it? Milestone? Yeah, I know Milestone.
I'm just going through.
And he worked for Benchmark, that's Jack Mac.
Arlington, all three. I don't know the high school.
Out. Yes.
Good. Chicken.
It was a burger with barbecue on it.
Oh,
You got the Moto or?
Yeah, the Mojo Burger.
Mojo
Burger. Yeah,
Burger.
it's really good.
What did you get? You didn't get bologna too, did
I
you?
got the classic burger. That
Classic.
slice of bologna and Ron sandwich was that thick. Ever say? terms of last meeting,
We do.
tell him to get
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm like, no. So they don't.
Philip.
All over.
What was this be?
An old basically, on it is, I feel like
He didn't have to wait. Right.
and he passes the F, overtake his
Now, if he applies,
yeah.
he passes it,
Passes it in April. That's right, we'll let him go we'll let him go next week.
yeah,
Yeah.
and passes it, then he
Like
can
me.
apply,
The very last piece
to have
of
his application reviewed in April.
letter from Kersey.
That's right, we're reviewing for April right now.
This, technically, this is
I
April,
just
Right.
do
even though he's got,
surveys and drop.
so he's got between, he
That's all
has
he does.
between now, basically, and August the 5th. How did he apply?
Oh, he just sent. Requested a re,
Gave him his $200.
I haven't yet.
That's what I see, is that, you know, he's got a BS, he's got 26 additional hours surveying, clearly surveying related.
Yeah.
There's no question about that.
Right.
That's what that 2-year was, so they're tracked down what. Theoretically speaking, by this time next year, we'd be signing his license.
Right.
If he passed all the exams. I think that's what you need to. Have to. Second application. Or is. Or is the plat.
FS,
way that the law is structured, no one can take all of it now at the same time.
Right.
What you was gonna tell? What you from him? Denied it. Other than he just. I really did. Low in his presentation, I guess that's what I wanted to say.
The first
there.
guy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
First guy. I mean, I just think he just wanted to come get it off his chest.
I thought so too. I thought, well, what's the reason? Is he looking for
And
something?
he's already licensed. That's what got me. I was like, well, he's already licensed, so he's not trying to find a loophole or anything.
But
unless
the thing,
he's-
but the thing that got me was, I looked you all up on the internet. Now, Mr.
Yeah.
Lingerfield, and then he went right down the line there, and I'm like, you needed to tell the world this because?
I don't see.
I'm like, I'm not hiding anything. What you said is true about each of us, but why did you need to tell us that you? Probably. I mean, he might have been.
That's what I thought he
We
was.
took the test under different circumstances or whatever it may be, you know.
Tell me, the second guy said this, well,
Yeah,
that's what I was like.
I
I got
picked
more
that up
concern
real
about
quick.
them than you.
Yeah, I think we need to worry about your buddies.
I'm gonna start something.
Go.
That's
Yeah,
what
we
I
got the hill.
thought.
You got the hill. All right. Oh, I was. Double tree. Look at that game up, Jay. And I can just.
Yeah.
Like this going.
So, his dad drives real. You know.
Communicate. I can get close to her on the pilot that picks my phone up.
Yeah.
So I talked on the steering wheel in her car on my phone, so when I got of it because it's still in her car because I'm that close to her. Yeah, heard every word of the conversation. So when we got home, she said, "Why'd you say that?" And I'm like, "What?" She said, I heard every word you said. And I said, well, good thing I didn't say it about you, wasn't it?
Yeah, really?
Dangerous.
Yeah. Been jumping here.
$7 o'clock. Had you ever seen these, Jack? I just showed them to Galen, they got the test, the whole night. You just mark it and see check in, that's.
It was kind of the basis of. I was like, man, they give you the test, they give you the score sheet. This guy, you have no idea if they really graded it or not. You have no idea.
Oh, I got another one.
With additional.
Yeah.
They would have been really close
morning.
under the old law,
Yes.
real close.
Applying.
The other way,
Yeah.
yeah. Bye, Miss Sue, see you in the morning.
Careful.
Getting tickets.
I've never been in that, always seen it on, thought it was kind of weird.
Is that the one with the
Floor is above
floor?
where the players,
Oh, yeah, definitely want to go.
yeah.
I
And
didn't
they sit
realize.
at each end,
You sure the men and the women play at the
They do
same
sit at
place?
each
the players sit at each end, but the floor is up above
Yeah.
where the fans sit.
And they sit, and they sit at the ends, not
Yeah,
not
right,
next to each
yeah,
other. They're at
yeah.
opposite end. Yeah.
I've just always watched it on television, I'm like, one of these days I'm gonna go, just so I can see what it looks like.
Okay, I see where
And I
it is.
have, well, I looked tonight, before I come last week, I said, well, I'm gonna look at the Predators schedule, you know, and I said, well, they're,
It's hockey season, that's right.
Vanderbilt.
You're close to the gym, is that right?
Yeah,
Where you're staying at?
yeah.
Like
20
walking close or?
Yeah,
Yeah,
great.
just 4 blocks.
probably not as far as we walk to lunch.
Oh man,
Yeah,
that's
I'm gonna
great.
say, and not as steep a hill.
It looks like the gym is right next to the baseball and the football stadium. They're
It
all
is.
together.
It
Yeah,
is.
It is.
I'm with you.
Yeah, I'm at 2330 L. Arkansas.
I got you. I see it. About like 5:45. Is that enough time? Hour for dinner. Walk over and get there. Or walk in the door and pick.
You in the middle?
If we were going. The men's the other night when they played Auburn, see, my grandson is, one of the managers on the Auburn.
Brady and I used to come down to the state football tournament. WC baseball league. Always had the state meeting.
Local TV channel. Planning commissions.
this way. Time now is 8 minutes after 9, and the second day of the Board of Examiners meeting, first quarter, is now called to order. And the order of business this morning is to go over applications to take the exam. Yeah.
So they film it all, and they never actually on that. It's not available. So every once in a while, I get people. Every once in a while, I get people say, "Hey man, I saw you on TV. Saw you on TV." And my typical response is, "Must have been a really slow day in your household because you're watching that." Oh,
Yeah,
you got 1,000 channels you can watch, and you're watching that, really?
I know. Who is gonna go watch that? Except the fellow that was in here yesterday.
Yeah. You might.
We're still trying to.
And then do a background check
To
on it.
discern those two gentlemen exactly what their mission was.
Well, I might can understand more, wanting to know if
I can understand that.
things are not, he thought he was doing things in the correct channel and it's not going that way, so. But, the other fella, I really am not sure what he wanted to do. And, a little bit surprised. Anyhow. All right, now which form do we use today, Donna? This one or this one?
This one, if
if
you
it
approve,
passes.
that one if you deny. You just write down why you denied it, and then you have to sign this and check D.
Oh, I got you.
But if you approve it, all you have to do is check A and sign.
All right then.
Thing I need to talk with John Cothran. Back, that's part of Scottsdale, I'm sorry. Scottsdale when we that's just what NCAA. I don't know where all that stands, and we have no common meeting dates this year. So, you know, we
the engineers.
just going on that.
Oh. I want to discuss a question a little. I want to and ask a question about ratio of precision versus error of closure. And I have a planning commission down here in Williamson County. They don't understand the difference. And when I put on there my error of closure, or my ratio of precision rather, that it's exceeds 1 in 10,000. Oh, said, that's it. Your error of closure exceeds 1 in 10,000. Said, we want it 1 in 10,000. And I said, well, it's not going to be exactly 1 in 10,000. Better than that. Difference. He's a nice guy, but he's green behind the ears and just has gotten out of school and but this guy and I doesn't understand that accuracy stuff. Sentence by sentence doing. Anyway.
Things that
And well, see, but he's requiring even more than that, because generally in a subdivision, you know, you're looking at 1 in 7,500, whereas at commercial, it's 1 in 10,000. And almost every surveyor I know does every surveyor better than 1 in 10,000, unless they're in mountainous and rural property way out there. But
Strickler? Yeah. Might be familiar with.
Thing out, he
Spend some time.
he'd do page at a time. He's a great kid. He raised on a farm, just a plain old country boy.
I bet he was about to stroke when I sent him that email to him. I knew.
We did. Oh, we did. He said,
out of state or here. Those continuing ed things, yeah.
That's. Yeah. North Carolina.
Yeah.
that was Page's like.
Did I say that?
I sent an email
Some guy from Memphis said something about
to
volunteer.
Bart Craig and some of them. And
Yeah,
He
Tom speaks.
In fact, if I were to want to go ask a question of surveying, I'd go to Allen Cummings before I go to Allen Crawford. Yeah.
and he's the young one, isn't he?
Yeah, he's the young, yeah. Allen is, he's the head of the office, but Cummings is the one that does the footwork.
Job descriptions.
question. I have a gentleman here that passed his FS examination in November of 2012 in Alabama. Okay?
And then the bomb went off.
And then the bomb went off. He resides in Georgia. And he's applying as a BS. Here's he has the but what, see, maybe problem. Likelihood if doesn't qualify. Working against. That's mine now. That's where I have a problem.
But
That's why I'm asking the question.
and where you going outside the box there?
Right, right.
What's our
'Cause
job?
I don't wanna create, I don't wanna, have,
No, I would think that
Can't think of
Georgia, just like we do,
yeah,
you can be licensed in 49 other states, but if you don't meet the standards of Tennessee,
right.
too bad. I would think Georgia would take this by their standards. Georgia,
here to do a subdivision. That one's busy. We're doing the same thing. Fine.
My only concern is what I said is if we become a clearinghouse for people.
License and then go.
The other thing is, they're flat. They came from.
I tell them when it's.
He's got a
Yes. I mean, they haven't.
Doesn't the size of the stamp have to be a 2-inch diameter? Isn't that correct?
In the new rules, it does.
I remember reading that going, oh, 2 inches, and I had to read.
It goes
This
with-
guy here, I'm like, I've never seen a stamp that small.
I think that's.
David Evans, his number is 1.
Might be. What's on? Still have a,
who's the low? David Evans. 171.
Okay.
34 is the low number. On the first page of old number.
Oh, Lord. What's your number?
930.
Okay.
All right, Tim, I'm not gonna drop this.
Okay.
I'm sure it's just stupidity on my part. The 2-year required experience. Same guy. Same. Passed his PLSIT back in 14 of working experience under an RLS. Some of that is before he passed the PLSIT, and he's probably got, I don't know, whatever it is, 6 to 9 months, whatever, after. 6 months after. Years of experience. After the pass.
Is to be
Plus
forth, and now we're going to go. Oh, that's probably pretty big.
That on?
That's what it says.
Like it's in the middle of Walmart.
Yeah, really.
Beard though.
Officer, Jack.
list.
On you $10 for parking?
Really? That's his LSIT.
This is the one. That's his LSIT. That's his old.
That is,
Happened to him.
Okay.
Others.
Do you have any disciplinary actions or anything with you, Dawn?
not that I saw.
That's the only thing that I would question about.
Chris Young, yeah, sure. Yeah, yeah, he called me out of the blue. I haven't seen this guy in years. He was a partner at Aller, and they had split up. And then he moved is he from Georgia? I think he told me he moved to Georgia, yeah. And he called me up one day and just asked what the process was these days. Oh yeah, he's got.
Too much material.
Moving by the pound. That'll work.
Gotta sign them. I'm only taking it one.
It wants to be made no effort. I've been studying.
Goes to the,
I really haven't.
guy in
I mean, we
Memphis.
don't require.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you there. There's a guy in Memphis who has on his wall 48 states.
License.
Hawaii and Alaska.
There's a guy in Clark. 30. Young fella.
Talk to him when
Thought I was setting a record. So boy, done a lot of.
Last test I family. Told everybody.
Everett Dean.
Know him? What are you, a third?
Fourth, he's gotta be. My son's a fourth.
Is he?
They climbed 4
Like to send him.
Oh, there?
That's public land.
I was gonna say, he's gotta be, he's from another state, I know that.
I had a, how about that? That'll work, I guess. I had a good friend, in Kingsport, Jay, and his name was Lane Lattimore.
Four-lane?
4 Lane.
That's great.
Oh, that's cute.
4 Lane, yeah, that was his
Yeah.
name. Attorney. Seriously, that's what.
First time I've ever seen that one. English language. Exactly what it is.
He qualifies BS and
Yeah.
C when he got it. He's got. Oh, and they keep up. Who is? Big thing, you do.
Does, doesn't it?
Notice, help but notice that he didn't fill that out. Am I missing something?
We really have
Actually, report.
so confused.
Awesome. Guy is out his own.
Oh, his
Right.
dad, that music.
Verifier. What's your business relationship to the? He filled out his own.
That doggone him.
Amazingly, he put above average on every one.
That's what I'm saying, these things.
That's what I'm saying.
Except on it.
These
That's what I'm
things
saying.
confuse
Well,
me
that's
so
good.
bad. I just want to go back to the application and having their experience on there and be done with it.
So what's wrong with that?
Didn't put above average.
Yeah.
Is your business relationship to the applicant?
Signature on. No, I had to have two on it, but they've only taken it one time, so all you gotta do is sign, you don't have to do anything else. They don't sign those.
All the good ones, this
No.
Oh, you my kid a toy shop.
Talking for nothing.
Put it on the screen, Jay, you can see it.
For a wink and a hug and everything.
Probably one that went. I know what he did, he flashed his badge.
That's what I was gonna say.
That's what got him over the hump, he flashed that badge.
Perk of the job, perk of the job.
Yeah.
It does help.
He flashed the badge and she was immediately in love.
Really?
You're my kind of guy.
Yeah.
Experience in high school. Does he have enough?
Yeah. Probably changed.
And the fact that he has on us to us. That's mine, that don't mean.
When I look at these plats, there's just a couple basic things that I look for. They're very generic. Yeah. North arrow, point of beginning.
Right.
Got the parcels labeled with ownership. There, but it's not exact. Most of them I've seen have a little disclaimer note, you know, this
Right.
plat's prepared, by Tennessee standards. Noted.
That's what I've always wondered, Jay, about these things is how picky do we need to get to them? Statute said all plat shall doesn't conform technically.
See about this.
If it's egregious, we had a few of those. I've been doing is
I don't want him inclined here, because I mean, his work looks fine. He's already
Yeah,
licensed in
right.
another
I mean,
state.
you may wanna look at this, but, you know, your certification doesn't meet it, or
Mm-hmm.
you're not doing this. Opposed to turning them down.
Read for me, Tim, the requirements for the AS.
30 hours. Applicant pass. Already passed their FS.
4 years of experience. After a certain.
Pardon me.
Too, second one, you
I'll tell you what,
first time.
what is your ours?
Start on, yeah, start on. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Applicant, yeah. So, business.
Call me up.
First time I've seen it. LS stamp. Most people are 4 digits.
Member. Their first license. For a surveyor, but it was a conditional license, and the condition was that you had to continue to prove that, you
Uh, Lucky stamp.
Yes, sir.
There's something, it just, the plat, I was like, getting picky, but that one probably does need a note, Donna, if you could email him just about his plats.
says set iron pin. Technically speaking.
A general.
Yeah, it's got a situate statement. That's what I call it for the description.
Part of the description.
Tied to a point of commitment.
You can. Get it confused with.
Descriptive location of the property or vicinity map, and a corner of the property must be tied by bearing a distance to. Yeah. Diagonal.
Really bizarre. All sorts of. Just get the indicator.
Well, I hope gas is still.
All right then.
The lady from Florida actually had her printed in bold letters at the bottom.
Yeah.
And she said the plat was just prepared for that purpose, which is good, you know, that's
I
fine.
think it's smart. Yeah, I have no problem with that at all.
Sure.
Double 18.
Did you make it home okay? I'll let us know. Well, we've not had the single wife beater team out of the picture. Oh, you didn't get turned a couple down, just.
Here,
Okay.
you have one here, I guess I need,
Thank you very much. I'm glad you got home safe. Hope you get to feeling better.
this is.
Okay, bye-bye.
Oh, that's all right, I'll change that. Approve him? Okay, just check approve. Stuff came in.
Oh, this one?
Both of them.
by the pound again.
Check that one.
Partner in all. Enough is-
For renewal.
We're not.
Smaller.
Smaller was?
Fact.
I didn't like the,
Let me see.
yeah, I got you all seven.
Yeah, it's waiting on you. Get that out of his file there.
Oh,
Put that right back in there.
we got an updated one though.
I said, that's all I need. Told my wife. Sorry, no, I said, point you wanted to make, but I'm not.
Is dated 2010.
Dealt with this once down, and then
Went in.
Or disciplinary.
that we went. I had in mind, 'cause that in mind is like. That caught my
Problematic
attention.
is
I see where you're going.
Each looking at it.
I thought the same thing. I saw the same.
Question is,
I agree, but the basis, again, like I went off of, was that prior experience that we had with that other guy. Yeah, said this was current, but the date, I was like, I agree. I mean, what I read right there on the surface, that is a 2010 NCES record, not a current record. Probably the case.
Well, they won't send it. And they'll send.
I think it came directly from NCWS.
Probably could ask that question. 'Cause I'll be right.
Well, again, I just,
Fact that he's live.
I would like a clarification on. Is it really?
He good.
I didn't even notice.
I fail to see, I'm not sure what the.
Data's the date. Yeah, look at this title there and see if that corresponds with this right here. I think it does.
Maybe.
No, this is lot 19 and 20.
Yeah, that was a separate plat there.
And look here, there's
I'm
a
pretty sure
reduced
that's the second sheet to the same plat.
Maybe it's just, this.
The title block.
That's just track A.
Just look at the title block. Right,
That's just track A.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a continuation of
Yeah.
that sheet.
This title block just has sheet 1 of 2 twice.
It should have
that's all it
said
is. Should have had sheet 2 of 2.
two of two.
Should have, yeah. But
But
at the same
still-
time, the signature kind of bothers me. That got right past me. The signature bothers me.
That's kind of what I'm thinking.
Does he have any note on there about being to Tennessee standards or anything like that?
On this one?
Probably on the second sheet
Oh,
where he's
this
got all
one
his
he
text on it. Yeah, that's an Alta. He had in his application, he wrote in there that even though the standards say submit a boundary survey, he only works on Altas, so he submitted an Alta as an example of his work.
They don't meet our standards. Dave's approved.
Past me?
Dave passed that one.
You got
I can't-
past me?
I can't touch that one. That's between you and Mr. Kaufman over there, Mr. Northcutt.
Just have a problem.
I mean, they were.
Yeah, that got right past me, the signature.
disapprove.
It's gonna need a, and take two to do.
Hoping you're gonna,
Easiest, Sam.
is what I'm hoping, but you don't have to. But we don't wanna have,
Need to keep it consistent.
we don't have two against and one for, we don't wanna do that.
I, don't know that it falls under it.
Have home too.
Oof, boy.
We're just signing it.
Both.
Just about all of Tennessee is under rain right now.
Yeah.
Just need to sign the- oops.
It's actually
Hey, you don't have to review those,
Let
just
Jay
pass on
have
the
them,
form.
let Jay have them.
Okay.
is that gonna suffice for?
Yeah, that'd be fine. Or your check. That's all right.
I,
Just sign the
is this
form.
about a pound?
Sign the form on this one.
Lift.
Tim signed it. Letter from him.
What I was complaining about was that most of those paperwork.
I just want to do away with that complete. Every month. I'm gonna be home next.
Played ball weekend. Out of them. I want, oh, buddy, I don't.
He's gonna pass it this time. Oh, he did, yeah. He was.
I've said, Jason.
You there with him?
Yeah. Foul.
Okay. Us. Let's. Other business?